Good afternoon everyone, I hope you're all having a wonderful day. I'm Robert from El Magnifico Games and today we are going to continue with our playthrough of Obduction. Now at the very end of the last session we cleared a bunch of the transportation puzzles on within the Villain sphere. And I believe we still have at least one more to go. This is exactly the point where we left off. Yeah, I'm not sure there's much more to say. We know that this system was designed at least somewhat defensively. I believe the villains described it as the labyrinth, if I recall correctly. I think that was a note we came across. Anyway, we didn't make it all the way through until we finished the last session, so this is where we are. So let's get into it. I suppose, first of all, see what this does. Okay, we can rotate it round like that, it would seem. And backwards. Interesting. I wonder if I'm supposed to go down there and then via... Yes, I think this is probably a maze and I'm probably supposed to use transportation seeds to change out these circular regions. I see no other reason why they would look like cut out circles. So if we head down, let's do a little explore. Because I'm fairly certain at the very, very end of the last session, we didn't actually... Oh, that's interesting. There's an area further down. Ah, okay, I see. That's where we came from. Yes, I don't think we properly explored after the very end of the last session. I think we had only just finished a puzzle, and then we quit. Okie doke. Ah, and these are the transportation seeds I was expecting to find. I think, anyway. We'll have to verify that, but it looks that way. Oh, yes, and I would have access to... the rest of these via the rotation we just saw. So I suppose I'd have to rotate the big circle around, and then that would change which one of these I can access with the transportation seeds. One thing that would be interesting, though, is are they going to stick to the law and make it so that when this one moves, its partner on the other side, which is presumably Hunrath, doesn't change? Or are they going to break that law, and it's going to be the sphere which is geographically analogous to the current one, given the rotation that gets transported? Because the latter case would be less law-friendly, but would lead to potentially more complex puzzles. Anyway, to the point, I guess I should probably copy this out. Copy out what I can see, I mean. Because if I'm going to be teleporting around, it's going to be an advantage if I have some idea what effect I'm having. Because ultimately solving this puzzle is going to come down to understanding the grand structure, the overall view, as we can see here. But when I'm down there teleporting around, I won't be able to see this. So, as I say, I'll copy this into my notes, and then we'll get properly into it. I've certainly seen more circular circles before. Apparently drawing not my forte. Never mind. It's legible. Just about. So one thing that will be interesting will be to see if I can find a solution to this simply by rearranging the shapes that are already here, or whether it appears that I will require additional shapes that I don't yet have. Because that will be very telling about... That will tell us a lot about how this puzzle is supposed to be solved. Right, I've got a copy of that now. So let me see. Yes, I don't think this is solvable using the shapes I currently have access to. And the reason I say that is because it looks like we are going to need to leave via that way. I don't... it's possible we can go out either side. It looks like at the least we could leave that way and then we'd gain access to there. Okay, maybe I've spoken too soon. I was assuming we'd have to come up the top way, and the point I was going to make is that there is no shape that we currently have access to that points that way. Although actually, when I rotate, it's going to... Oh yeah, of course. It rotates the shapes themselves as well. Okay, this is more complex than I gave it credit for. So the point I was going to make is that there's no shape with a vertical exit going upwards. But I do a simple rotation and now there is. So yeah. And now there's no shape with a vertical exit towards us. Okay, well at the very least, if we're going to be able to walk from here to there in one go, which may not be possible, we'll have to see, but if we were to do that, then we would need both a piece which has a vertical exit towards us and one with a vertical exit away from us. Is there any rotation that achieves that? Yes, I think there might be. So that's towards us. Is there one that's away from us? That one. That doesn't prove that this configuration is soluble, but it's one part of a proof. If that weren't true, then there definitely couldn't be a solution. Okay. And that's going to be symmetric, isn't it? So if I turn this 180 degrees, by virtue of symmetry, there would also be at least one piece with an exit up and at least one piece with an exit down. So I would conclude that if there aren't any other shapes available to us on the other side, which we won't know until we do a transportation, then any solution that exists would have to either involve it being rotated 90 degrees from its current position or 270 degrees. So that narrows down the possibility space. Also, hello Pengy. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but thank you for stopping by, I do appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful day. Right, what do we have here? Have I been here before? I think this may be where I ended up. Last time? When I was solving the previous puzzle? The puzzle immediately preceding this one in the villain sphere, but I may be mistaken. I'll tell you what, it does actually make quite a big difference whether that is the case or not, because that determines how much I'm able to do here, because I need access to another transportation seed to be able to check what I've teleported in on the Villain side. Oh, this is the other side of the river. There we go. Now I have access to this whole area, which I didn't before. Oh, I still can't... Oh, I can go. I can go around here. Oh. So yes, we've unlocked access to a whole nother area. Progress. Very nice. Almost Bob Ross-esque, isn't it? And this was the area I opened up much earlier in the game, and I think maybe our second session of playing, but I haven't been able to get here until now. And here's another transportation seed, so that'll be interesting. What's on this note? Please read thoroughly. We must have every detail in place. Our lives and our species depend on this being executed perfectly. The locations and times in this document are based on the information leaked by Ruka and Shavar. Our lives depend on the accuracy of the information we receive from them. Remainers, CW, Earth, Tra, Oprah, Orbar, Murray, Arai, 1 Polyarch, Captar, Prep, Day... that date's been cut off, but still. Hour 12, begin chambering. End of day. Oh no, the date hasn't been cut off. We can just about see it. Day, and then this is 3 days later. Farley verifies manifest, all souls chambered. Beginning of remains in place with hands on swab trigger. Beginning of day Ruka and Shavar arrive, chambered by Tra. Beginning of day Tra on guard or chamber. Oh, on guard of chamber. Trigger times. Those. Trigger locations as prescribed. All locations should have small error allowance. Murray have largest margin of error potential. Be alert. Trigger task. Trigger reswap immediately. After swap, any delay increases the risk of detonation in a home sphere and the risk of a Remainer being disabled in Mofang. Communication Farley. I'll ensure that all Remainers, or in the case of Captar, the remaining Polyarch, receive and understand this document. That is disturbing. That sounds like they've rigged up some weapons, and possibly when that is activated, that will cause changes on the other side, which will cause a weapon to go off. I can't be sure, but that's what it sounds like. That certainly put me off the idea of... That certainly put me off the idea of using that particular transportation seed right now, at least until I have more information. Now I'm thinking back to the message we saw last time with Yusuf, and the fact that he didn't seem to be the real Yusuf, and he was using a... For example, he appeared to be holographic, and he was using a very limited vocabulary. And I was talking about how strange it would be for the Villain to simulate him and describe the Villain as monsters and so on, and ask someone for help. It was such a strange... It wasn't clear what the motives would be for the Villain simulating Yusuf in that way. Well, I was just thinking, maybe that was intended for a Mofang to receive, and they were trying to imply that the Villain and the humans had fallen out, and as a result, that they would be weak and vulnerable to attack. This is of course only a hypothesis, but I wonder if I'm actually wandering into a trap for Mofang. But anyway, let's get this other puzzle solved first. Which way? Oh, I can't. Okay. That's right. I had to have a very specific piece here so that I could leave. So, that's not very helpful. I need to swap back. And then after I've swapped back, I need to use one of the other transportation seeds. This one should be alright. I don't think it matters at this point which paired sphere is in this position. There we go, and now I can pass through here, which I couldn't do before. And that should allow me to have a good look at the sphere I transported into the maze up here. It is a different piece. Okay. That's going to make this very complicated. So that means there's... Actually, I don't, strictly speaking, know how many pieces there are yet, do I? I was about to say that means there's 8 pieces, but that's not necessarily true. There might only be 5. It depends how they're doing the transportations. Does each of these have a paired sphere, like the law suggests they should, or as I raised the possibility of before, is it the case that they instead are just swapping with the analogous, whichever sphere happens to be in the analogous position on the other side? Right now I'm just copying out all the these sections I know about. Oh, there's not a 1 at the moment that I can get into, is there? That's frustrating. Okay, I need to swap that back then. Although, to be fair, if they're doing it based on world coordinates, as opposed to each seed having a partner, sorry, then that would mean that if I could get to one of the chambers which isn't the bottom one, isn't the one closest to me when I stand at the top of the... Oh, what's the word? The balcony. Then that might still transfer a different piece in place. So yes, I need to narrow down the transportation rules right now so I can figure out how many pieces there actually are. Once I've done that, I suppose it will just be a matter of putting my head down and solving it. There is a very pertinent question, though, of... Oh, can I not leave here? Oh, I thought I could. Okay, I'll need to inspect that up top again. There's a very pertinent question of what solution am I even looking for here? Is it to be able to leave from the right, the left, the top, all of them? In fact, I don't think all of them's possible, because that would require a piece that has 3 exits. One of three, what would you call it, portals. One for entering, one for leaving, and one for... I'm explaining this poorly. It would have to have... would need a section like this to be able to exit all of these ways simultaneously. Would require a piece that has 3 directions of travel. Into it from somewhere inside the maze, out of it to somewhere else in the maze, and out of it leaving the maze. And since none of the pieces have 3 exits that we've seen, I therefore conclude that there is no configuration which would allow us to simultaneously be able to freely move wherever we wish. We'd have to pick one. Hello, Cyver. It's lovely to see you. Oh, that's right. Just because the piece that's in the maze has an exit in one direction doesn't mean there's an exit in that direction in the basement level below it. That's significant because that means that we can in fact not get there from underneath, so we will never be able to transport any of these spheres which isn't currently in that position. I wonder if it's the case then that I can get into pieces from the basement which don't have a way of entry via the maze. I can. Okay. That's good to know. I wonder why it the rock there seems different to on the other two sides. Right. So the next thing to determine, I would suggest, is has it swapped out that piece for the same straight piece we saw before, in which case I believe that means they've broken the law, as in LORE, the law of the world that they'd set out, and are in fact swapping pieces based on their geometric coordinates within each sphere, as in the larger sphere, like the Hunrath sphere, the Villain sphere, and so on. Or if it's a different piece, then that would suggest that they've kept to the law and each seed has a pair somewhere else in the world, and whatever happens to be next to its has a partner, sorry, and whatever happens to be next to its partner is what gets swapped out. Actually, we already know the answer to that, don't we? Because we ended up in the same space we did previously. We ended up in that room with all the wooden planks and so on, so it must have swapped out the one we were just in for the straight one. The straight piece. Yeah. Okay. So that may be they may not have honoured the law they had established, but that at least clarifies the puzzle. So in theory, it should be possible to solve it now. So there are 5 pieces in total we've determined. One of them is a straight piece. 2 of them are pieces which form an angle of 135 degrees, so that's 90 degrees plus 45 degrees, and then there's 2 more that are at 90 degrees. In theory we can rotate them, although I do wonder to what extent, because apparently we can only access the piece which is directly in front of us. So it's not like we could rotate the larger circle by 90 degrees and then go off to that location, and then transport that one out, and then, I don't know, transport it back in here or something like that. That isn't possible. Although we can sort of rotate them. Okay, this actually has an interesting implication then. That means that we can't rotate the pieces with respect to ourselves. At least not independently of the larger sphere. So that is to say, this straight piece will, I believe, if I'm thought this through correctly, it's always going to be from the left to the right when it's in this position, and by symmetry it will be the same when it's up there, and it'll always be vertical when it's in that position or that position. There is no operation we can perform, I don't think, which will change that. Those are its only valid position. Those are the only valid orientations it can have in each position. Or I suppose a clearer way to say it is, in any given position, it only has one valid orientation. And that's true for all the... that's true for absolutely all of the pieces, because of the way they've done this puzzle. Alright then. That actually works out quite nicely, I think. So that actually means there's only 3 choices for the piece which is in this position that would allow us to enter. It's always got to be one of them. We could rotate the larger sphere, and that would determine where where the other side of the section needs to join up to. But for example, we could never have this one vertical here, so we could never ever enter the larger circle while it's in this orientation with like an opening here, because there would be no way we could have a section in there which is straight and vertical. It could be the same piece could be straight and vertical in that position or that position, but not here. So this is an orientation of the bigger sphere, which the bigger circle, which could never be useful to us, which is interesting. Oh, we knew that anyway, didn't we? For a different reason. Because, as you can see, the bigger sphere only has an entrance there and an entrance there. It doesn't have one there, and it doesn't have one there, I don't think. In fact, it would be pointless for it to do so, because as I just explained, even if it did, we couldn't make use of it. So we knew that anyway, but for a different reason. So that's interesting. Okay, I suppose, as I think I had previously proven, we could never exit we could never exit the maze itself in more than one direction at a time. We have to configure the maze specifically for one particular exit, either there, or there. I suppose it just becomes a question of which one do we want to visit first, and then solving it. So arbitrarily, I suppose, what if we want to go to the far side and see what that button does? Which seems like a perfectly valid thing to ask. We would need to go through one of the side pieces. There is no way that we can go straight. We know that because there's one entrance there, there's one exit there. Hold on, that's a very, very good point. That's a very, very good point. The implications of this have only just dawned on me. I know there is only one... There's one entrance/exit here, and there's one entrance/exit there. Therefore, it is only ever possible to go from here to there or back, or from there to there and back. There is no solution to this maze which allows us to leave via a right angle. We couldn't enter here and leave there. There's just no way to do it. Okay. So all this rambling on that I'm doing, I am narrowing down the possibilities. The possibility space is much, much smaller now, which in theory makes it easier to solve. So then the only question is one of how do I make a path which allows one to travel from there to there. And once that's been accomplished, we've accomplished all that is ever possible. Then it just becomes a matter of either having the big sphere rotated this way round to allow us to teleport over there and then walk through to this side, or having it turned 90 degrees and being able to travel from here to there. There may be multiple solutions, I haven't determined that yet, but all of the solutions must be equivalent. There aren't multiple solutions which gain us different benefits. There's only one benefit to be gained from this maze, that's being able to travel in a straight line through it. Alright, so I guess I just solve for that then, with the pieces I have access to. Okay, I think I see how the pieces would have to go. The question then becomes, how do I get them into that position? So, there are two right-angled pieces. And as I previously determined, for any given, relative to our position on the balcony, any given section can only ever have one orientation in any of the four positions it could be in. As I said, this straight piece is always going to be horizontal relative to it's always going to be horizontal if it's in the bottom position relative to us, and it'll always be vertical if it's in either of the side positions, and it'll be horizontal if it's in that position. Of course, that's not quite right, is it? Going straight like that isn't technically vertical. It's away from us, not up and down. But if we imagined this was a two-dimensional plane and we defined the north-south axis as being vertical, I suppose. Okay, what I probably should have done then, in retrospect, is I probably should have drawn each of these pieces as they will appear down here, and then in my head that makes it easier for me to do the necessary rotations to figure out how they're going to look in each of these positions. Because as it was, I, for example, drew this one as it appears now, I think. No, it was actually when it was rotated differently, but that doesn't matter. My point is, because I drew them all when the big circle was in, because I drew them all in their positions where they happen to fall on the big circle, that doesn't... I haven't normalized for the position they're in relative to me, if that makes sense. So it makes it harder to reason about. So let me do that now. In my notes, I'll redraw all of these as though they're in this position here. There's nothing particularly special about this position. I could have picked that one or that one. It wouldn't have made any difference. But as long as I'm normalizing, as long as I pick the same position for all of them, it should work. Right, so now I need to... I've forgotten what the other piece is. So I'll just transport that out, check what it is, and then I believe at that point I'll have all the information I need to solve this. I must say, this is actually a deceptively... I don't want to say simple puzzle, but there's deceptively few possibilities. Because in any given position within the larger circle, relative to the player on the balcony, there's only one position each piece can be in. That actually means that really this is just a question of putting 5 objects into 4 bins, effectively. Bins in the sense that it gets used when describing algorithms. Where each bin has a capacity of 1, so it's just choosing so I think that's going to be exactly equivalent to how many ways are there of ordering 5 objects, which is what, 5 factorial, I think? Yeah, it would have to be. So that means there's... what, 120 configurations that this thing could have, and no more? Oh, of course, that was the other piece. Yeah, I think that's right. I think there's only 120 configurations for this puzzle, which is enough that you're unlikely to just accidentally hit upon the solution, at least not without a lot of trial and error, but at the same time, that's not a lot of possibilities. Okay, so I have all of the sections now drawn out, having corrected or normalized their orientation, so they're all drawn as though they were right in front of me. And if I want to think, okay, well, what would it look like if it's there? Well, I just rotate it 90 degrees in my head. So in theory, I should be able to do it now. Now, because there's only 2 ways in or out of the larger circle, I don't think I even need, and they're opposite each other, I don't think I even need to... Oh no, wait, have I made a mistake? Is there another exit? Are there in fact 3 entrances / exits? Oh, there are. Oh, okay, I take back what I just said then. That actually makes it a lot more complicated. Okay, what I was saying about how we can only ever leave in one direction and all that, that's not true. Or rather, the stuff I said about there's only one possible... That any solution to this puzzle could only ever grant us... all solution to this puzzle would be equivalent because they would always allow us to travel in a straight line is not true, because we could turn 90 degrees. That one must have been out of my sight when I said that. And so that then... it's still true though that there's only 120 configurations. Anywho, I will stick to the same plan, which is trying to figure out a way of going straight. I need to make sure I correctly record which side the other exit is on, the one that I missed before. Okay, it's that side. Fair enough. Duly noted. All right. Do you know what? I don't think there is a way to enter this way and then take the right-hand path and then leave via here. And I say that because I don't think the right-angled pieces... Is that true? Are the right-angled pieces not positioned appropriately, or am I making that up? No, I think that's right. If that's true, though, that's significant. If it's true to say that I can't enter this way and then take the right-hand path and leave the top, then I can't leave the top with the circular piece turned round this way, because we also know we can never get a straight piece to be, quote, vertical, unquote, relative to the balcony in the bottom position. So I could never go through the left path either. It's possible I could exit that way with this big circle in this position. I haven't checked, but I certainly couldn't go through the top. How does that change if I were to rotate the circle 180 degrees? No better, I don't think. I think you end up with the exact same problem. Which makes sense, because I've just mirrored the problem, haven't I? Not mirrored it, I've rotated it by 180 degrees. But it's the same problem. Yeah, so that doesn't help at all. Really? Is that definitely the case? That would mean that it's not possible to take a straight line out of here, I think. You'd have to solve it by going 90 degrees. I mean, it's possible. It just seems unlikely. Why would they bother to have that exit there if you couldn't use it? No thank you. I appreciate the offer for a hint. But I think I am actually getting somewhere, albeit slowly. But I might take you up on the offer for a hint later. There's only one piece that could possibly work here, isn't there? Because as we established, any given piece only has one possible orientation for each of the 4 positions it could be in. And there's only one piece in this position which points down, that has has a downwards entry/exit, and that's one of the right angled pieces. No other piece could fit there. I wonder, is that true? That's also true of the top one. Is, I think, the other right angled piece? No. No, it's the same right angled piece. So I could join a piece up to... Okay, so I have a choice. If I can either walk in that way or I can walk in that way. I can't have both at the same time. I could have neither, but I can't have both. So therefore a straight line is impossible. It has to be a right angle that I take. Now the problem with this section is there is no piece that lets you make a turn like that. So if I'm exiting that way... Hold on, but I can't... I'd need a straight piece to go from there to there. But that straight piece is always going to be what I'm calling vertical, that position, if it's here. Therefore... I mean, that would suggest the only valid piece that could go in here would be one that joins there to there. But what would be the point if we couldn't connect up to here? Unless we weren't trying to come in that way. Because we could take a right angle here. But that would be utterly pointless. Because we'd come in that way, come down here, come round there, come down here, come round there, come round here, and then we're stuck. Because there's no exit in that direction. What am I missing? Hold on. I just had a thought. My analysis so far has been based on the assumption that I can't rotate the pieces relative to the positions in the larger circle as I see them from the balcony. But I'm pretty certain I've proven, although I haven't discussed absolutely everything on stream, having looked at it and thought about it, I'm pretty sure that I've proven that there is no solution using those constraints. So that makes me wonder, can I rotate this piece? Is in this location... Yes, I can rotate them. Oh... Okay, that means there's significantly more than 120 possibilities. How do I actually do it though? What do I activate? Ah, that'll be it. Oh, how vexing. Yeah, I thought there was something odd there, because I initially approached the puzzle by establishing facts, and then after I thought, deduced the rules of the puzzle, I proceeded to reject various possibilities to get the possibility space smaller and smaller and smaller so I could come to a solution. And I got to the point where I dismissed every possibility, and I was like, well, that means this puzzle isn't solvable. Of course, that was because I had deduced the rules wrongly. I didn't realise I could do that rotation. Okay. I don't want to speak too soon and make a fool of myself, but But I think now that I know I can do that rotation, that probably makes this puzzle absolutely trivial. It means all the stuff that I was doing about normalizing for orientation and so on was completely pointless. And as I say, it means that there's well over 120 possibilities for the configurations that this puzzle can be in. Alright. Let's try that again then. Oh yeah, this is going to be so easy now I know that. Because I can, for example, just have a straight line that goes up till there. Admittedly, I couldn't have yet another straight line going from there to there, because there's only one straight line. But I could easily turn that around, and then turn that around. In fact, I think I have all the parts I already need. Do I? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try and head over there. It's going to take me a little while because I need to keep going back and forth through the different spheres. But aside from the travel time and the loading screens, I think this isn't going to be a problem. Actually, maybe I should be slightly more ambitious. Oh no, that's not going to work. Never mind. Is that definitely not going to work? Or do I just think that's not going to work? Yeah, that's definitely not going to work. So no point being more ambitious. I was just thinking, could I set it up so that I could actually go through and that all three of the entrances, such exits to the bigger circle, are hooked up? But no, I can't, because I would need a smaller piece, one of these sections that has 3 exits, and they don't. Right, what do I need to do next? Shift that one's position to... No, I don't. That's where I want it to be, I think. No, it's not. I want to swap that piece with that one, I think. And then move it so it's straight. Yes, and that's why I swapped that piece out previously, because the piece that I do have in there now, I want to be one of the 135-degree ones. So yes, all correct so far. Next thing is to get that piece into Hunrath temporarily. Hello? That was strange. Never mind. There we go. That's the piece I wanted in there. While I'm here, let's do the rotation. This should be 90 degrees. It is good. That is working the way I thought it was working. Is that the way I want, or is that the way I want? I think that's the way I want, actually. I'm trying to remember where the other transporter seeds are. Are they this way? Yeah, I think they are. Through here. Yep. Yep, this is the one we want. Okie doke. This way. I suspect this was the very puzzle I read in the reviews that was saying about how there's a puzzle at the end of the game which you can easily see the solution to, but then you end up having to go through loading screen after loading screen after loading screen. I'd be surprised if it wasn't this one they were talking about. I say you can easily see the solution. Naturally it took me an hour and a quarter. But, and it's still not done. I'm still actually performing it, but an hour and a quarter to see the solution. Which way am I going? Right, I've swapped that out. Now I need to go back the other way. On the bright side, after I've solved it for going straight, gone to the other side and come back, and then solve it for 90 degrees, we can use 90 degrees for going both to the right and left, since you just have to rotate it round once. The larger circle, I mean, you just rotate the larger circle around once to alternate between the left and the right exit, which is nice. The puzzle only has to be solved twice. Right, that's what we expected. That's the wrong orientation. We need that to be rotated. Oh dear. That one, we'd need to rotate it 135 degrees, wouldn't we? So that one's not going to do the job. That one's the one we need. Okay, that's my mistake. Yep, that's on me. So I guess I need to take that one to Hunrath. Then... No, I don't. Or at least that's not the fastest way to do this. The fastest way to do this is to take the piece I want there to Hunrath, then come back, rotate it round, then swap that one in. That's only 2 operations. Well, that's only two trips to Hunrath, I think. So yeah. So that's completely on me. Let's get this one to Hunrath. Only 18% of all players finish this game. Goodness me. So what, that's about 1 in 6-ish? Yeah, approximately 1 in... No, slightly more than that, I think. Yeah, that's between 1 in 6 and 1 in 5. So about 2 in 11, I suppose. Wrong way, I think. No, right way. If it weren't for the loading times, honestly, I think I would... I would regard this as a very good puzzle. I do like the puzzle intellectually here. It's a nice one. It's just the amount of time it takes you. Now I need to rotate this 180 degrees so that we can get the section we just moved to Hunrath into the correct position. And this is what I meant by it's only 2 trips to Hunrath. Although I haven't taken account of rotation, there's a good chance that once the new piece slots in there it will be wrongly rotated and we'll have to do another trip to Hunrath to correct that, but that's not the end of the world. Right, so the piece that we wanted in place is now in place, but I'm going to have to check its rotation next, because it will probably need rotating. When you say 18% of all players finished the game, I wonder, is that 18% of all players that bought the game, or all players that started the game, or all players that have done more than half an hour? Because I imagine there's probably, with most games, quite a large number of people that own the game but then never actually play it, or, you know, perhaps they start it up for 5 minutes and then don't continue. No, I think we're good, actually. Okay, then the only thing left to do is rotate that piece. It needs to go anti-clockwise by 1 position. So, get that moved round so that we can access it from below. I don't actually know of the 2 buttons on that do the rotation on the Hunraf side. I don't actually know which one's clockwise and which one's anti-clockwise. I'm guessing top is clockwise and bottom's anti-clockwise, but we'll have to see, I suppose. There we go. I think that was clockwise, but let's check. "18% of people who reached the achievement for the bad ending." Oh dear. I've got to keep my eyes out for different endings, do I? Because most people only get one of the bad ones. I already saw a message that, if I interpreted it correctly, it said, I think it was saying that if I took a particular transportation seed, it would set off a chain reaction that would lead to some explosives going off. So I deliberately didn't take. I deliberately didn't activate that transportation seed. There we go. That's one of our solutions. Maybe I did mean to turn it clockwise then. Maybe that was my mistake. I think I did. Oh well, doesn't matter now. It's in the right position. Well, that's not very helpful. Admittedly, there's only... because it's a 1-digit one, there's only 4 combinations. Oh, that's what that does. I don't know why that would make any difference. But, just to be contrarian, since it was in the fully materialised position, let's leave it fully unmaterialised. You never know, that may save our life at some point or something. Oh well, that's what that does. So I suppose the question is, now that I have a solution, what is the fewest number of operations I could perform that would allow me to convert it into a travelling 90 degrees configuration? Turning 90 degrees, I suppose I mean. Because that would, since I may need to turn it back to straight, it would be nice to minimise the number of changes. Well, as I remarked before, there are no pieces that would allow one to come in that way and leave that way, or vice versa. So therefore, in fact, I can go slightly further than that. I know for a fact that if I intend to if I intend to turn 90 degrees, then I must be entering or leaving this one, because there's only 3 exits, and those 2 take me straight on. So I'm either coming in here and going out there, or coming there and going out there, or the same thing but in reverse, with that being the way I come in and then out that way or that way. I know that there are no pieces that lets me do that turn. So if I'm coming in that way, I'd have to go around the long way. That might actually be the shortest solution now I think about it, because this one could be rotated round, so I come in there and I end up there. Then if this was a 135 degree turn, I could keep going that way, and then that could be turned... Oh no, if that was turned straight, that wouldn't allow me to travel up there, would it? So that doesn't help. Okay. How else could this be done? I could approach this way. No, I couldn't approach this way, because if I came in this way up here, I'd need a straight piece to go out there, but there's only one straight bit. Ah. I think I've just proven that it's not possible to do a 90-degree turn and only visit 2 of the nodes. I think whether I come in that way or that way, or indeed that way and leave that way or that way, I'm going to have to go the long way round. I don't think there is a short solution. That is... Hold on a minute. If I can get myself over there, then I don't need to do any of that. I just rotate this. Yeah, that's... I'm pretty sure I can't remember for 100% certain. I'm pretty sure I've been there before. I think that's the best, the better idea. To avoid lots of going back and forth between Hunrath and here, and lots of loading screens and so on, it's probably going to be quicker if I can just figure out a way to get onto that bridge down there. So let's try that. Where does this go? I've quite forgotten. Oh, we came via this way, I believe. Yes, I think this is actually the right way. I mean, this seems like a long trek to get to the other side, but this would have taken so much longer had I tried to reconfigure the maze because of the loading screens. Not that I remember exactly where I'm headed. I think this is where I want to be. Is it the other side of this? No. No, that's just brought me back here. Okay, I'll keep looking. I could have sworn, I might be wrong, but I could have sworn at some point I ended up on a bridge that went nowhere. Last session. Huh. I wonder what the point in that is. I've probably been here before, and that may even have been the way I came in, but... No, I don't think that is the way I came in, because I think when I came in there was another path I could take. I don't see the gate. How odd. Oh no, I do remember when I came back here. That wasn't at the start, that was just after I'd solved these set of puzzles. And it was a dead end back then as well. And I think I hypothesised that perhaps there's a seed that swaps with there, but one of these seeds that doesn't seem to have a partner for some reason. Could be wrong. I suppose it's always possible that I don't have access to the other side of that bridge, as annoying as that would be. Wow, this is back towards the start. Yeah, I remember this. And that was the initial bridge we came to that wasn't extended.
I fear for safety. You are not. You are making very bad decisions.
That's annoying. if I don't have access to the other side, that means that I do have to reconfigure the maze to let me go take a 90-degree turn, which is totally doable. Actually, I don't know, it's definitely doable because I haven't properly looked at the problem yet, but I strongly suspect it's completely doable, but it'll take a while. Wait, didn't one of these ships have... Oh yeah, that's the way we came previously. So no help there. Yeah, no help. Okay, I guess I do just have to reconfigure the maze then. Frustrating, but unavoidable it would seem. Oh well. No use complaining, best get on with it. Is this the right way or is that the wrong way? I think that's the wrong way. It's definitely a dead end. Does look an awful lot like it, doesn't it? Okay then. So back through here. Interesting. Ah, the pad is on the other side. Okay. Okay, it looks like there's no shortcuts. I just need to figure this out the long-winded way. So let me see. Let's rotate this round a couple of times so that I can see all of the relevant exits from the big circle. So I either want to come in that way and go there, or come in that way and go there. And I'm pretty sure I previously demonstrated that it's not possible to only visit two sections. It's got to be the long way round. Why was that? That was because if I come in this way and go straight here, then I'd need to go straight again, which isn't possible because there's only one straight bit. If I came in this way and came round here, I'd then need to leave that way, and there is no piece that I can put in there which would allow me to make such a sharp turn. So if there is a solution, it's going to require me to take a tour of all four sections. Fair enough. So how would I do that? Well, I'd have to turn 90 degrees at the first one. Say coming in this way. I suppose I, strictly speaking, don't know which of that one or that one I'm supposed to come in, but let's arbitrarily pick one. So I take a 90-degree turn. Then I would have to turn 135 degrees. which is perfectly doable. Then I'd need to make another right angle turn. Then I'd have to do another 135 degrees. Then I'd have to do another right angle turn. So 1 right angle, 2 right angle, 3 right angle. That's not doable. Alright, what about the other way? I come in this way. And I'd have to go straight. Then I'd have to take a 90-degree turn. Then I'd have to take a 135-degree turn, then a 90-degree turn. Is that right? Straight, 90-degree, 135, 90-degree. Yeah, that's only two 90 degrees. Are they... let's see. Yeah, that should be doable. Alright, in which case, the way I would be coming in is that way, I think. Yeah, I need to make a 90-degree turn there. Both 90-degree pieces are already in place, so I'll need to take one of them back to Hunrath to start with. Okay, let's get this started then. Hold on. Which are the two bits that I need to make a 90-degree turn on? 90 degrees here. Then 90 degrees here. I think. Is that right? Let me turn this around again. No, 135 degrees here. Have I... is my diagram in error? No, I'd be coming in this way, so this would be straight on. Then here I'd be turning 90 degrees. 130, 90 degrees. I think. Yeah, that looks right. So straight on. $90 degrees. 135, 90 degrees. So that piece doesn't need to change. Okay. Okay. So I may as well move this piece out, swap it with that, and so on. Okay, where do I want the straight bit? I want the straight bit there, don't I? Hold on, which one do I want? I want this one, I think. Yes. Yes. I just realised, if I'd solved this the other way round, if I'd done the 90... Okay, so what I'm thinking now is that the direction of exit to the right which is here, which leads right into a wall, probably gives me access to one of the bridges that I passed earlier. One of the ones which where the console's on the other side. If I'm right about that, then if I'd solved this puzzle the other way around, done the 90 degrees first, then the straight, then I probably would have only had to have... I probably could have stopped there, because with a straight piece I could have gone straight on or turned it around and then backtracked to get there and forwards. But because I've done it this way, if I have to change the settings on that console again, I'll have to reconfigure this to straight once more, which will be annoying. What piece do I have in there now? It's... must be one of these 135 degree ones. So let me grab a 90 degree piece. This way. Right, how are we looking? That needs to be rotated by... That one's the wrong piece, isn't it? We want the other... We want that piece there, I think. No, do we? I think so. No, that can't be right. No, that is right. Yes, that makes sense. So next I teleport in the 90-degree piece, then that piece goes there, and then I think, aside from rotations, we're done. Though there will be a few rotations that need to be done. Need to be performed. But rotations aren't... They're annoying, but they're not quite as bad as when I'm swapping pieces out like this. Because when we're swapping pieces out, there's 2 loading screens and a walk. Whereas when I'm rotating pieces, it's more or less... The time is more or less just for the 2 loading screens. I mean, there is going up to the rotation panel and clicking it, but that doesn't take long. And there's not the walk back afterwards either. And the lift is already where you want it to be. Which way am I going? I'm going this way, aren't I? Right, where are we at? That needs rotating. It needs to go anti-clockwise by 1. Okay, that's straightforward. Yeah, that's anti-clockwise, I think. Right, how are we looking now? Did I rotate it the right way? I did. Wonderful news. Okay, so we need to swap out a piece there, and then it's... Oops, wrong direction. We've got one more piece to swap out, and then it all comes down to rotations. So we're 90% of the way there now. Right, so in theory that's all the sections in the right places. As I say, it's simply down to rotations now. I can't imagine why Cyan left this puzzle in the game in its current state. Like, I can sort of imagine it shouldn't have got through testing, but I can sort of see how it might have. But, it's incredible to think that they thought that this was an appropriate puzzle to leave in a finished game. Oh, that's what we wanted, so just one more piece to rotate. Oop, I did it the wrong way again. And it just needs to go around one place clockwise, I think. So we're nearly there. To be fair, I remember in Myst 1 they had that obnoxiously long puzzle in the Voltaic Age, which wasn't in any way challenging, it just was incredibly tedious. Right, I said clockwise, didn't I? So I think that's that one. Looking from above. So if I've done that rotation correctly, I think that should be the puzzle solved, and the only thing left will be turning the big circle around until we can access where we want to access. That is it, I think. Yep, go around there and you come out there. So, in fact, I don't think we need to even do any more rotation. I think that's just done. Wonderful. Progress. Right, let's see where this takes us to. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, I wonder what this panel is responsible for. Oh, that thing. Okay, that thing's been destroyed again. I'll say again, I haven't actually touched that specific one before, but it's of the same construction as the other one, and I've made that one also disappear. Frustratingly, this hasn't led me round to one of the consoles for one of the bridges which I previously didn't have access to, which means unless the other side does, when I rotate this around 90 degrees, then my suggestion earlier that if I'd solved them in the opposite order, first done 90 degrees and then done straight, there would have been no danger that I'd have to rearrange it again. May have been incorrect. Anyway, so let's check out the other side. It would be very bloody-minded of the developers, though, if it turns out that all those devices that I keep turning off were supposed to be left in their default state. Here we go, even more progress. Now that may be heading up to a trap. And again, so might that way. Let's cautiously approach then. Ooh. I don't know what that did. Well, it seems to be a one-time thing, so whatever it did, I hope that was a good thing. Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. I think it's taking me somewhere. Oh, it is a very good thing I deactivated those two. What now appear to be fences earlier. Let's hope there's not a third. Uh-oh, this does not look good. This is a bad ending. But before I explore down here, let's try going the other way. Oh, the game won't let me. It would be very irritating if that was determined to be like a major decision in the game, which I've already made. Given that there's no way I could have known until now what the significance of it was. Oh my goodness. That's the Verlaine. I wonder if I can free him somehow. Hello, what do we have here? These appear to be... This does look like... This may be what happened to the people, that they've all been interned here. Wait, which was 2? Maybe I should dissolve this thing one at a time. So that if there is something bad on the other side, perhaps I'll get a chance to see it before it can get to me. Where's my notes on their number system? Where are my notes on their number system? Oh, there they are. So 2 would be this. That appears to be correct. Ah, that's that. Okay. That was probably wise. Figuring out what it was before I completely disabled it. Good, he's still alive. I don't want him passing on, but I also don't want to go out of my way to help him until I have a better idea of what's going on. Interesting. I suppose all things being equal, I probably should help him. No, that's not right. That's right. Then that, then that. Nearly? There we go. Okay, that's one of the bridges I needed. So yes, it looks like... Well, I now know what turning those devices off was doing. It was allowing me to travel to the next area safely. Let's see what this does. Whoa. That's a Mofang, I believe. Okay, so that's what this does. What was I saying previously? I was trying to say, now I know what those turning those devices off did now, so I know now that... can I not go back up? I can. So I know now that there's I shouldn't have to solve that maze puzzle again. But had I had to, it looks like the preferable order was the one that I did, straight, then 90 degree. That allows you to complete it in the fewest operations. I don't really want to just leave him here. I would like to help him, but I don't see what I can do. Oh, I could pull out specific people if I wanted to. Did Yosef not make it? Oh, there's Yosef. I could pull out Yosef. Probably don't want to though. Caroline though. Why is she not here? Caroline Farley. Why isn't she here? And why are some of these entries scribbled out? That's probably telling me something important about how that particular Verlaine interface works. Ooh, there's books here. Okay. How about we have a look at some of those? This will be interesting. I have to leave our poor Verlaine friend with an injured leg for a while. Right, let's copy these out. Book, crate. I fully intend to have a thorough inspection of those very shortly. But before then, I do want to check that one path that I didn't get to take because I jumped on the chair too soon. So let's give that a look. Nope, that's not the way I wanted. I wonder if it will lead me to the other side of there. Right, this was the way I haven't seen yet. Yes, it does. Okay. That is reassuring in a way. That suggests that I haven't blundered. It's not like there was something over here that I could interact with that would have turned the explosives off, which I obviously couldn't have known about. This just provides a shortcut. So that's a bit of a relief. Okay, I think that means that I've... No, I can't have completely unlocked the entire Villain territory because I haven't yet found the tree. The tree that I need to hook up. I wonder if that's behind that door that I don't seem to have access to. Hold on, where am I supposed to go to get back to the start from here? Oh, up this way, of course. Because there's two doors I I don't have access to, aren't they? Near the villain whose leg is trapped. And they look like they're both either side of one chamber. It's plausible that there is no intervening chamber and that I'm just seeing the same door from either side. But I reckon there's probably something... Oh, hello. There's the tree. How did I get to that? Not that way, certainly. What was I saying? I wonder if there is a chamber behind there, and that in one way or another grants me access to the tree. We'll have to see. Oh, and there is another area I don't have access to, isn't there? Because somewhere up here I saw a... not necessarily in this precise area, but around here somewhere, I remember seeing another transporter seed that had a design I hadn't seen before, and I assume goes to the Arai world. Of course, in the lore, it was the Arai and the Villain who had contact with each other prior to them coming into contact with humans. There we go, there's the tree. The tree's on that side. The irritating thing is I have to be live to the possibility that some of these transporter seeds may be booby-trapped and may let off explosions. There we go. Ah, yes. This makes sense. And the tree's just over there. So it's probably that door I need to get through. Or its counterpart on the other side. And that will then probably give me access to both the tree and the Arai. Access to the Arai, Arai territory. Do they have any Arai in here? Lots of villains, lots of humans, a handful of Mofang. And there are a handful of Arai. Those must be the polyarchs. Okay, in which case, when I travel to Arai territory, I need to be aware that there may be living workers there, but that there shouldn't be any of the polyarchs. No, one polyarch was staying, weren't they? Okay. That makes things interesting. Alright, so what do I need to... What else do I need to know now? I'm going to check out those books. Do they have any entries which aren't books, crates, humans, villains, Arai, or Mofang? I don't think so. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Good to know. So I suppose the next question becomes, what is the format for accessing these pods? Okay, this is clearly written in decimal. Because we have all the digits from 0 to 9 and no other digits. Perhaps I just need to add the pod number in the Villain numeral system, and it will work out the rest for me. Okay, so pod 206. Let's figure that out in quaternary. So we have 1s, 4s, 16s, 64s, and the area where we could enter 256s has been cut off. We're missing a node, which suggests their pod numbers don't go up that high. Let's test that theory. How high do their pod numbers go? So the theory is they don't go above 255, I suppose. This is the wrong way, isn't it? This way. I don't like leaving this injured individual here, but as I said earlier, at least I think I mentioned earlier, he's probably complicit in whatever's happening. So it's probably not sensible that I, even if I had the ability to help him, which I'm not sure I do, it probably wouldn't be sensible unless I had some way to disable him, ensure that he isn't a threat. Tie him up or something. Not a single pod over 255. Okie dokie. That suggests that that is how this works. So, the first number we want to convert is 206. How many 64s fit into that? 3, I believe. What's 64 times 3? That's going to be 192. If we take 192 away from 206, we're left with 14. How many 16s go into that? 0. How many 4s go into that? 3. How many 2s go into... Sorry, how many 1s goes into that? 2. Let's try it the other way to make sure I've done my maths right. So it's 2 plus 4 times 3, which is 12, which is 14, plus 3 times 64. 64 times 3 is going to be 192, plus 14 brings us up to 206. So that is correct. So in quaternary, the number 206 is written 3032. Now, to make my life easier, let's copy out the symbols the villains use for the numbers 1 to 6 again. I have them on another page of my notes, I just want them closer to the page where I'm figuring out the numbers in quaternary to make my life easier. Okie doke, where were we? So, going diagonally from the centre to the top left, that's a 1. Then the top right and the bottom right is 2. Then through the centre, top right to bottom left, and then also the top left corner. That's 3. Okay, I think I've got everything we need. Now just to enter it. So in the 1s, we have 2. In the 4s, we need 3. In the 16s, we need nothing, and in the 64s, we need 3 again. With any luck, this will bring us to a book. Many books. How do I access the contents? Or don't I? Perhaps I can't. That's a bit of a shame if true. I can't see a way to do it. Oh, how disappointing. Well, I may as well try the other ones, although I'm not particularly confident this will be any more enlightening. So, we've got 238. That should be more books. 190, that should be crates of things. And 254, which should be more crates of things. So, let's begin. 238, that's going to have 3 64s in it. Now, if we take away 192, we're going to end up with 46 remainder. How many 16s go into that? 2. Leaving 14 remainder, I think? Yes, that must be correct. So that's 3 and then 2. Many do struggle at this part of the game, simply because they do not care about the story or lore of the game and fail to combine various events and known information. I see. More books. So that's what we expected. Again, I don't know of a way in there, which is unfortunate. Okay, 100 and we'll do 154 next. So 364s clearly. That's going to give us 62 remainder, I believe. Yes. How many 16s go into 62? 3. That's going to leave us with 14 remainder, I think? No. We had 62. And we've removed 48. Did I do my maths wrong before? So 254 minus 192. That should get us 62. Then we take away 48 from... We take 62 minus 48. So that's going to be 14. Why does that seem wrong to me? No, I think that's right. Let's try it the other way and see if I've made a mistake. So 2 plus 12 is 14, plus 48 will bring us up to 62, plus 64 times 3. Yeah, I think that's correct. Oh, I see what was confusing me. And that's my mistake. So in theory, I think this will bring us to some crates. Indeed it does. And just to confirm, there should be more crates at 190. So how many 64s go into 190? 2. With a remainder of 62, I think. Is that right? 62 plus 128 is like 130 plus 60, which is 190, so that's correct. So it should be 2232 in quaternary. So let's try that. 2 plus 12 is 14, plus 32. So 14 plus 32 brings us to 46. 46 plus... Have I done that wrong? Hold on. 14, yes. 14 plus 32. 46. 46 plus 128. I must have gone wrong. Oh, I know what I did wrong. Two, 3, 3, 2. I think. So 14 plus 48 brings us to 62 plus 128, 190. Yep. That's right. So 2, 3, 3, 2. So I think all we need to do is change this one to a 2. Nope. I probably entered the number wrong. So what I'll do is I will just blank all this out and I will try again. So in the ones position we want 2. In the fours position we want 3. In the 16s position we also want 3. And in the 64s position we want 2. We're expecting more crates, which we found. Okay, it's a real shame that I can't seem to get into those capsules. It would be really interesting to get access to those books and see what actually was going on here. I mean, I have some theories, but that's not the same as actually reading their account of events. Never mind. So let's see if I can... Good, he's still with us. Let's see if I can figure out a way through here. Oh, I think I see. I think only one of those two doors can be open at a time. I think that's how this is working. I don't remember how I opened this door, if I even did. I've got a feeling it may have been open when I got here. Maybe this one doesn't connect up with the other side in the way I thought it did. No, because that's quite a large area. Although it's still possible they connect to the same chamber. Right, that did that door, didn't it? So that's no use here. Is there a mechanism on this side that allows me to close a door and therefore open the door on the other side? Well, this is ridiculous. There must be a mechanism for the door. Where does that go? There's one on both sides, isn't there? That's going down there. Maybe I can get a good view from above. That goes into that. And on the other side, that goes into that, which I don't have access to. Interesting. Definitely nothing else up here of note, is there? Don't think so. I don't know what that's supposed to be, but that is a very straight line. Doesn't look natural. So that goes in there. The only real alternative is if I'm supposed to pop out this side. But that would require me to have access to the Arai via some other route. That's not impossible, but I'm not seeing much evidence for that. If there was another way to get to the Arai, I'd expect it to be in the vicinity of here. And that doesn't seem to be the case. Is there a way out this way? I don't think there was. No. What happened to the chair that I came here on? I don't see it. Oh, there it is, I think. No? No, it's not. Huh, I don't know. I guess give the whole Verlaine territory the once over. There could easily be a little detail I've missed somewhere. There was also the... Yes, there was, wasn't there? There was also that transportation seed on the Hunraf side that warned about always transporting back very rapidly, or else it could cause unnecessary casualties, which seemed odd. And I therefore concluded that some of these transporter seeds may have been booby-trapped. Thing is, it wasn't clear on what scale they were suggesting damage might take place. You know, were they trying to blow up an entire territory, or were they trying to just lightly bombard a small area? Makes quite a big difference. Up till now, I had been very, very reluctant to use that particular transporter seed because I assumed I might be doing something very, very bad by doing so. But I wonder if the explosion I saw before when I used the chair, which is apparently returned here, I wonder if that was actually the same explosion. I think realistically I've got to try it. Trying to remember how to get to it, because it feels like I've hit a dead end with the Verlaine territory otherwise. I just hope it doesn't do something truly catastrophic. But then again, they wouldn't have planned to kill themselves, would they? And if they had planned to kill themselves, if this was some sort of mass suicide, which it doesn't look like, then they would have just done it already. So I'm probably not endangering the lives of the people that are already in a suspended state. Which way am I going? Was this the way out? So it probably is worth attempting then. As the note seems to indicate, I should be able to avoid harm to myself. I just hope it doesn't do something truly catastrophic. But as I say, I've reached a bit of a dead end. I don't know what else I could try. I'll definitely be giving that note one final close read. Is there anything over here I've missed? I don't think so. Aww. Beautiful butterflies. Okay. So let's give that note another read. What precisely did it say? Please read thoroughly. We must have every detail in place. Our lives and our species depend on this being executed perfectly. The locations and times in this document are based on the information leaked by Ruka and Shavar. Our lives depend on the accuracy of the information we receive from them. Remainers. Those individuals. Prep. Begin chambering. Farley verifies manifest. All souls chambered. Remainers in place with hands-on swab trigger. Remainers in place with hands-on swap trigger. So perhaps when I approached, that Verlaine set off a series of explosions, thinking that I was a Mofang. Ruka and Shavar arrived, chambered by Tra on guard of chamber. Day, hour, etc. Trigger locations as prescribed. All locations should have small error allowance. Murray have largest margin of error potential. Be alert. Trigger task. Trigger reswap immediately after swap. Any delay increases the risk of detonation in a home sphere, and the risk of a Remainer being disabled in Mofang. Communications. Farley. I'll ensure that all Remainers, or in the case of Captor, the remaining Polyarch, receive and understand this document. I don't like it, but I don't have a better idea than to swap and swap back rapidly and hope for the best. This might be a mistake. Oh, hey Jay. It's lovely to see you. No, don't do this to me. But yeah, it's going reasonably well. Thank you for asking. I'm just hoping what I'm doing now isn't a massive error. I reached a bit of a dead end on the Verlaine sphere, and so I was trying to think of ways I could proceed. Up till now I had avoided using that particular transporter seed for good reason. Due to that note. How long do I give it, I suppose? Give it a minute, I guess? Also, don't worry about anything you missed. Most of it was dealing with that maze puzzle with the 4 small spheres inside the big outer sphere. I did find my way across the river. Like I say, I'm concerned about what I've just done. But I couldn't think of another way forwards. Well, let's see the extent of the damage then. Doesn't look too bad. Is this supposed to be Mofang territory? Because this looks very different to the other world I was on that I thought was Mofang. I need to be very, very, very careful here. A tree. I do not like the lack of visibility. Goodness, is this all after a massive explosion or something? Maybe the big event had already happened. Where was the tree? There. If there was a massive explosion here, the tree should have been damaged, but it has been. Okay, I hope I wasn't responsible for this. I suppose I won't know for sure, but I think it's more likely this all happened quite some time ago. Right, let's see if we can hook things up. Don't be too quick. There could still be people alive down here. Oh my goodness. I guess this is what happens when the tree's damaged. That doesn't seem to go anywhere. Maybe that's because I haven't restored the water yet. And maybe that's why I couldn't make it to the other side before. Maybe it only acts as a transport once the tree's roots have access to water again. Good, 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 good. Okay, let's see what the situation's like now. Okay, this is working again. Well, I'll say again, I haven't strictly speaking seen these particular portals work ever, but I've seen their counterparts work back on Hunrath, sorry. There are indeed 3 chambers again. Ah, so can I travel through here? I can! Okay. That still doesn't explain how they got these to work in the first place. I suppose once both trees had access to water on both sides, they managed to power up the... They managed to get these gateways working, and then they passed the pipes through, and then when the trees lost access to water, the portal stopped working. It's interesting that it doesn't seem to have shorn the... Oh, maybe it has shorn the pipe in half. Maybe it did. But then there couldn't be any transfer from either side, so maybe that's just a graphical glitch, and for some reason the pipes weren't shorn in half. Anyway, progress. So now I just have to hope... Oh my goodness. Now I just need to hope that I can make progress elsewhere. Since, like I say, I did seem to reach a bit of a dead end. Is this really Mofang? Because that means the other world I visited must have been the Array. But as I said before, their technology really didn't seem adapted towards their insect bodies at all, if that's the case. That does look like Earth, doesn't it? I was thinking about the fact that there was only a single star and nothing else funky going on in the sky. How odd. So the Mofang, or possibly one of the other alien factions, ended up in a sphere, but the other side of it is Earth, it would seem. Which is strange. That would explain why when Caroline Farley was in, I think it was the Array territory, that she mentioned seeing a Mofang on the other side of the membrane, which seemed to be very scared. And it was running around. Running away even. So that means they've only swapped with each other's worlds. We aren't on some other... We aren't on an extraterrestrial planet which has spheres, which houses all the spheres. All that's happened is we've swapped worlds with each other mutually, and we're trapped inside this membrane that doesn't let us out. That is curious. So the biggest problem then is the membrane itself. The thing that bothers me about that is I'm sure I was supposed to find a transportation seed to the Villain territory from there, because I saw the other side of it and couldn't find a way to access it. Perhaps it doesn't exist on the other side because it got blown up. And perhaps that's why some of these seeds don't have partners. Perhaps if their partners are destroyed on the other side, for some reason they'll still do the swap, but it's then impossible to activate it from the other side, maybe? I mean, that doesn't seem very sensible, but it's the only explanation I can think of. Okay, so this is coming together now. So the difference, so the spheres exist on some arrangement of each of the species' homeworlds, but it also acts as something of a prison. But mutually, they can move to each other's spheres, but they can't get out of the sphere. And so presumably for some reason the Mofang, at least according to the accounts we've seen, thought it a good idea to attack the others, and then the others responded by putting themselves into stasis and then letting off a huge bomb or something to wipe the Mofang out. But why would they need to put themselves in stasis to do that? Why couldn't they have just set off a huge bomb anyway? In fact, putting themselves into stasis seems eminently undesirable from that perspective, because presumably just because they've blown up the Mofang sphere doesn't mean that more Mofang couldn't later on turn up. Admittedly, they'd have no idea what had happened there, but if for whatever reason they did turn out to be extremely aggressive, you wouldn't want to be in stasis. So there's certainly something else going on here that we're not privy to yet, or that I've missed. So that's the one I was talking about. Now I look at it, that doesn't look exactly like the territory we just saw though, does it? That looks more like the ground on the outside of the Earth sphere. So that could be the Arai? Perhaps I need to go back to the world that I'm now thinking is the Arrow world, the one I previously thought was the Mofang. There it is. So why would the leaders of at least the human faction, and presumably the others, think it's such a great idea to have everyone go into suspended animation? What are the benefits? I mean, it allows long periods of time to pass without one experiencing any of it. I mean, that's pretty much it, isn't it? So why would they want to effectively just wait for a very long time? I mean, if they thought conditions wouldn't be safe, but that they would improve. But that doesn't fully figure. You know your way around pretty well now, that's for sure. I'm not sure that is necessarily true. But thank you for the compliment. I know, I'm pretty sure I haven't been on the other side of that door in the Villain territory. Therefore, I posit that there's probably a transportation sphere that is very close to the tree in both territories. Because I never managed to make it to the tree in this territory. That would also explain why there's so many insects here if this is the Arrow world. Still never found a way over there, did I? If that's true, then I'd expect the ground near the tree to resemble the ground I saw by that transportation seed. Which it doesn't particularly, does it? Ah, but that does. Could there be another one? Could there be yet another territory that I haven't visited yet? With ground that resembles that? I suppose it's plausible. Oh, this doesn't go anywhere. For a moment I thought I discovered somewhere I'd missed this whole time. Doesn't look like it though. I wonder if those are the eggs of the Arai. Been up there many times. No, that's the way I came. Yes. Yes, there are no choices here. I either carry on, which means going down, or I turn back on myself. That's right. So I can only conclude that somewhere there must be something I can access that I'm not aware I can access yet, and that's probably going to make everywhere else accessible. See, I know nowhere that has ground quite like that. That doesn't look like it should fit in any of the territories. Which again makes me wonder if there's another territory that I haven't been to yet. How would I even get over there? Oh dear, I seem a little stuck. Well, this isn't ideal. Turn on click to move. That is a very good idea. Thank you. Where did this go? Oh, I think I remember where this went. This is what gave me access to the Villain territory proper, because it goes over to the control for the gate. Should be the B or N key on the keyboard. Is that to turn on click to move? Oh yeah. Thank you. Okay, I think I'm gonna need a hint at this point, just a nudge in the right direction. I'm fairly certain there must be something that's accessible to me right now, which I'm just not aware of. There was that area where I took a lift down to, wasn't there? But then for some reason I never returned. It was in this territory. Because the lift couldn't be brought back up, could it? But I've forgotten how I got out of there. I must have taken a transporter seed out of there, I imagine. Could that be the one which ended up on Hunrath in the big central area with the rotator? Okay, I will pass on the hint for now. I want to investigate that possibility. If that leads nowhere, then I'll probably go for the hint. How did... Oh no, that is how I left it. For a moment I thought that it rearranged itself and I was confused. Okay. Back on Hunrath. Why can I not use this? Is this a one-time thing? I remember I tried to go up this once before and it wouldn't let me, and now it won't let me go down. Can't even click my way down. Maybe that is one time only. I've forgotten where. Oh no, that was from the Villain world, of course. There was a button on the back there. Ah. Oh, that was it. I remember how this worked now. I'd forgotten. Thank you. Through here. There we go. Then up here. So the question is, was this the one? Was this the... Was this the one that I swapped out with the lower area on what I now believe must be the Arai territory, which is what, Marais, I think? No, that's... Captar. This is looking a lot like it, isn't it? I don't remember seeing this before. I don't know that it wasn't there. Perhaps it was revealed because I rotated it or something? Or perhaps I just never explored it. Well, it's a new direction in which to explore. So in that sense at least, it's progress. Oh, is this just taking me back up? Okay, my mistake. Yeah. Okay. But what I can do is I can swap the spheres, rotate, swap back, and I should be able to access the other side, which may be beneficial. I certainly think that there must be something going on down here. The developers wouldn't have just put it in for the sake of filling out the game. There surely must be some useful purpose to this area. With any luck, it'll bring me up near the tree. Not this time, I should clarify. I mean, once I've rotated it and swapped back, with any luck the other side will bring me up. When I take the doorway on the other side, passageway, when I take the passageway on the other side, with any luck it'll bring me up near the tree. So let's try that again. Oh. Well, that looks worth exploring. That's funny. I thought I rotated it twice. But it only seems to have turned around 90 degrees. Perhaps I misremembered. I probably only turned it once and by accident. Never mind. Right, third time's the charm. Oh. This isn't rotating by as much as I thought it was, is it? It's only doing a little bit at a time. What, 45 degrees at a time? Alright, well it's certainly worth trying to get up there. So I guess we'll rotate it again. And then separately we'll have to rotate it to access down there. Round we go again. Okie dokie. So we have access to this side now. Oh, this just grants us access to a shortcut, I think. Where is this? Oh, I think I know where I am. Yes. Yes, I know where this is. That's actually a much less useful shortcut than it would seem, because the... this... Whoa. That was unexpected. Because this whole platform needs to be rotated round correctly for you to even be able to use it. So when I go back and rotate it around so I can access down there, I'm going to lose access to that shortcut. Still, I think it needs to be rotated 2 more times. It seems like it's rotating the platform by about 45 degrees each time. Right, let's see if that worked. Yes! Progress. Oh my goodness. Now, there should be a polyarc around here somewhere, so I need to be careful. I don't know how that polyarc is going to respond to me. Ooh, I have 2 choices. Careful. Easy does it. Ah, this gains me access to the tree. I think. Well, it looked that way for a time. Does this really not gain me access to the tree? It just lets me get tantalizingly close. Oh. Well, that's disappointing. So perhaps the polyarch is way further down there. Could be down here, to be fair. Where's that seed gone? Oh my goodness. That looks like a Mofang with its weapon. But somehow it's become encased in this rock? Oh, here we go. Please read thoroughly. We must have every detail in place. Our lives and our species depend on this being executed perfectly. This is the same document we saw before. So I wonder if they were planning a simultaneous attack. I wonder if they were going to set off large amount of explosives from transport locations from all three other territories, from the Arrow, the Villain and the humans simultaneously. I'll certainly take a copy of that, but I don't know what it means. So if weight falls on there, if just the right weight falls on there, it does something perhaps. It looks like a not completely insubstantial, well, not necessarily explosion, but something happened here, something destructive. So let's go back this way. Is it really the case that I don't have access to the tree yet? Do I have to go through there, timing it correctly? No. If I brought this all to a stop, I might be able to get through. Can I do that now? I know I got it up and running, but I don't remember how I did that. That's the only thing I can think. I think I remember how I did that now. Yes, I could bring it to a stop. Right, I need to find another way to Captar. Oh, I'm going the long way, aren't I? Oh well. If it gets me there, it gets me there. Which way was it? That's the other one, isn't it? Must be this way. Not like an invading alien species is threatening to blow anything up, right? Oh, no rush. I don't know. It looks like they got blown up. No, I don't think there's a time limit. It's strange how it seems to be perpetually day, though. In fact, if people can see outside of the spheres to see what's on the other side, they should be able to make a good estimate at how long has passed. Because they were talking before about how people seem to be turning up out of order, and that, you know, people from 2045 seem to be arriving before people from 1945 or 1942, I think. And I wonder what year it actually is and so on. Can't they just look at Earth? I know that wouldn't necessarily tell you the precise year, but it should at least help you estimate. You'd think you'd be able to get it within a century, unless it was into the far future. Now, what am I doing? Here, I want to disable the machinery, don't I? Right, with any luck, that's stopped everything. These two still don't move there. Well, we'll soon see what, if anything, that's done. That may have only affected that device, actually. Though it does seem like things are moving a lot less, so maybe that has done what I thought. Now, I've got a bad feeling my ride back is not going to be functioning now. Which would be a shame. Yeah. Oh well, long way back. Wasn't it the array that they said several civilizations had risen and fallen on their planet during over the time that their civilization had existed? I wonder if that explains why all this technology seems not very well suited to insects. Perhaps they never developed advanced technology. Perhaps they just sort of existed while other civilizations rose and fell, and some of this is the remnants of them. Oops. Oh well. Okay. Nearly there. Sure hope this works. Maybe that Mofang managed... No, that doesn't make sense. I was thinking about the scene we saw in the chamber down here with the Mofang body, but no, that wouldn't figure. That's not the way I meant to go. I meant to go down this way. Right, fingers crossed I can get through now. Yes! Progress! Haha! Oh, very hard fought progress. So that's interesting. That didn't seem to give me access to any other point of entry to either the Verlaine world, which would have been ideal, or alternatively to the Mofang world, such that I could get to the Verlaine world that way. Because I remarked before about how there appeared to be what looked like a Mofang transportation, a smaller sphere of Mofang technology next to a transportation sphere on the Verlaine side, and that I couldn't work out how to get to it, because that was on a side of a door that I didn't appear to have. It was on the side of a door that had the tree, which I obviously wanted to get to, but equally I couldn't find another way through. I was kind of hoping that solving the Arai puzzle would then give me access to the other side of that door in the Verlaine territory, but it doesn't seem so. I must say, the state of affairs on Earth doesn't look overly encouraging, does it? Okay, I may need that hint now then. So I've advanced far enough. So I hate to say it, but that door is one puzzle I really dislike in this game. Oh dear. Problem is, I don't even recognise it as a puzzle. I don't think I've seen this side. Where is it? Oh, I don't even see the transporter seat. Maybe it doesn't exist on the other side. Okay, then I'll have to go through the tree to get back. Oh right, that's the problem with it. It's really not, but sold as one. You saw the book next to that door, right? Yes, with all the names in and the what species everything was. I did try to go for the books, and I even got to see the books through the glass, but I wasn't able to open it up to look in those books. I'll have a closer look at that book then. It's pretty easy, but most don't get the connection. Okay. Where should I go? Hunrath, I suppose. That's not Hunrath. This must be Hunrath. Actually, do I even remember where I'm going? I'm not sure I do. I want to go back, thank you. That's the one, isn't it? I think it is. So there goes all that faith in me, knowing where I was going, knowing my way around. Ah, wonderful. There we go. This is a nice shortcut. I appreciate that shortcut. Right, what do we have here? There are the different pods containing the books and the crates. Well, there doesn't appear to be anyone in that book called Open Sesame, which is a shame. I suppose I could try that combination. See if that does anything. So I know that must be relative to the one that's missing. Oh goodness, which way round was it? My memory. Okay, so the top one's vertical and the bottom one's top right to bottom left. So that one's missing. This one must be vertical. That's odd. Oh, it won't let me form connections that are impossible. That's interesting. Maybe I meant to form it on this one then. This one's much closer. But then there's no way to do a vertical one. Oh no, there is. I can do it that way. But no, it's not cooperating. Surely that must be the door code. How's our friend doing? Still hanging in there, which is good. Oops. Well, I think I can safely say that's not the solution. But I'm sure that must be a hint towards the door, because what else could it be? Everything else just seems to be the manifest that all seems to be in order. Oh, you would be correct. It makes by far the most sense for that to refer to the one up here that actually has one of the cells missing. That cell. See anyone in the book seem familiar? A couple of people. More than a couple. Let's see. Cecil, but he's not there. Shavar, who is the Mofang that was helping them out. Farley. Is Farley alive? Somewhere around here I've got my... That must be Caroline. That must be Caroline Farley, because the other Farley, we've seen his grave, haven't we? Who else? Looks familiar. Ruko. Ruko was mentioned in one of the notes we picked up. Tham. No. Not Tham. Tra. Tra. And he's the person that's behind me. If you were a developer and you were really bloody minded, XOR, exclusive OR. That is one but not both. Why? Because we can see from the way that the doors are geared that you can only get through one door, it would seem, at a time. So when this one closes, that one should open, you would think. Then again, if it worked that way, that wouldn't even help me. Unless I was entering a code on here. But I doubt that it's XOR. That would be so bloody minded. I think that's about it. That's all the names I recognised. I've no doubt there's some names that I've encountered previously which I've forgotten. Oh, Joseph, of course. Let's check on old Farley, shall we? Just for fun. I haven't checked on those ones, no. I've only checked I've only deliberately checked the pods that contain the books and the crates. I accidentally looked at a few others at some points, but Oh, I typed that as you said. Let's check on them, shall we? Yes. Human. No, 194 to 12. I only need the 194. Right, 194. Into quaternary. How many times does 64 go into 194? 3 times. And the remainder is 2. Is that right? Yeah, the remainder's 2. So that makes it easy. 3, 0, 0, 2 in quaternary. So in the ones position, we want 2. In the 4th position, nothing. In the 16th position, nothing. And then in the 64th position, we want 3. So there she is. Not really seeing anything to help out though. I don't think I can get her out of there. Oh well. I guess I could check on several others from the book. A few minutes more and we'll have this solved by accident. Yes, I just have to go through the entire book and we'll be there. Right, let's go through these. What names do I recognise again? Cecil, who's a Remainer. Shavar. $35, 3, 2. Farley we've checked. Rucko. Mofang. 330. I've got a funny feeling he was one of the ones I accidentally looked at earlier. Dra is behind me. I am going to check out Zor. One, 8, 7, 11, 11. Right, I think that's all. So that gives me 3 more to check. Shavar, Ruko and Zor. 35, 3, and 187. Right, let's turn those into quaternary. How many 64s into 35? 0. How many 16s? 2. Remainder 3. How many 4s? 0. How many 1s? 3. 3. 0, 0, 0, 3. That was easy. 187. How many 64s? 2. Remainder, that's going to be 59, I think. Yes, 59. How many 16s into 59? 3. 59 minus 48 is 11. How many 4s? 2. Remainder 3. So let me do that one in reverse. 3 plus 2 times 4, which is going to equal 11, plus 16 times 3, which is 48 plus 11, which is 59. 59 plus 64 times 2, which is 59 plus 128, which is going to be 178 plus 9, which is going to be 187. Yep. So, let's give those a look. So, first one's 3 for Ruko. Isn't he handsome? Next we'll go for 35. Who was somebody? Oh, I didn't check Yusuf, did I? I should have added Yusuf to that list. So in the 4th position, in nothing. In the 16th position, 2. When we saw Yusuf earlier, he was a hologram, wasn't he? Maybe that was a hint I was supposed to pick up on or something. Oh, you must be Shavar. Isn't she beautiful? Oh no, wait. I wanted those. Okay, so for the next one, 3 in the 1, 2 in the 4s. In the 16s, we want 3. And in the 64s, we want 2. So this is going to be Zor, who should be a villain. Good. They do actually exist. Oh yeah, Yosef was telling me to come rescue him over and over again, wasn't he? That'll be the solution to this puzzle. I was supposed to look him up. The developers are also in pods. Until they're called upon to make another game, I'm sure. Alright then, Yosef. Let's go visit you. Or whatever's in your pod, anyway. Yosef. Human. Two, 1413. Right, 222 in quaternary. How many 64s? 3. Remainder 30. Yep, that's right. How many 16s in 30? 1. Remainder 14. How many 4s in 14? 3. Remainder 2. So 2. 3, 1, 3, 2 in quaternary gets you 222. Okay, so in the 1's position we need 2. In the 4's position we need 3. In the 16's position we want 1. That's that, I think. I don't think I've had to put a 1 in for a very long time. But I think that's right. And then in the 64's position, we want 3. So with any luck, that's 222. Oh, he's actually there, and that hasn't helped. Oh, that's frustrating. I thought I was actually onto something then. I think I need another hint. Go check the door. I will do so. So I just have to visit Joseph and then the door disappears. Yeah. I wouldn't have even been that annoyed if you go to see Joseph and that gets you a note, which then tells you the combination for the door or something like that. Because to be fair, the game did hint multiple times about visiting Joseph. Oh, Joseph and Farley. Yeah, they've lain on the ground wanting me to know about Joseph. So what have we got here? I have no idea what that is. I don't seem to have access to the tree yet. Oh well. Unless it's through here. Close to death. What? I need to teleport out of here. Oh, I'm just gonna die, aren't I? I was warned. I was warned multiple times. Oh well. Yep. Yep, I've only got myself to blame. Oh well. So, thank you for watching the stream, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. My next stream will be on Monday. I'll probably begin a game called Disco Elysium because that was recommended to me by someone I know. It's supposed to be a very good game. Supposedly it's an RPG, but rather than being combat based, it's social based. It's about a lot of and observation based. Apparently, your stats determine what your character will observe and their ability to influence other people. Oh, I'm not upset. As you rightly say, I was warned multiple times. But I will take suggestions for other games I could play. Potentially after Disco Elysium. I also now have my Discord server set up for anyone to join, and there's a suggestions thread there if you would like to leave a suggestion while I'm not online. So yeah, not sure if I said, next stream's Monday. Wednesday will be Poetry, Prose and Riddles. Friday and Saturday will also be a video game stream. I'll probably be doing Disco Elysium next. But we'll take other suggestions. So, thank you again everyone for coming. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and good night.